Good evening. I'm Walter, and I'm very glad you've joined me tonight. The evening has settled quietly around the cottage now, and outside, a soft mist has begun to drift across the hills beyond the trees. Every now and then, the wind moves gently through the branches, carrying the faint rustle of leaves along the lane, while somewhere in the distance, an owl calls once into the night before everything becomes still again. It's the sort of evening that makes the world feel slower somehow. The lamps are glowing warmly. The fire has settled into a steady, crackling rhythm. And near the hearth, the cat has already curled himself into a perfect circle and drifted soundly to sleep. And honestly, I think he may have the right idea. So wherever you are tonight, whether you're already resting beneath warm blankets or simply beginning to settle in after a long day, allow yourself to grow a little more comfortable now. There's nowhere you need to be, nothing important left to do tonight. Only this quiet hour and the story ahead of us. And tonight, I thought we might wander together into the old Catskill Mountains, to a place of sleepy villages, winding woodland paths, and curious little tales whispered beside tavern fires long ago. Tonight, our story is Rip Van Winkle, a gentle old fairy tale filled with mountain forests, quiet afternoons beneath ancient trees, mysterious strangers, and the strange feeling that time itself may move differently in lonely places. So let the day slowly drift away now. Let your breathing settle into its own calm and easy rhythm. Let the warmth around you grow a little softer, a little heavier, as though the night itself is gently wrapping itself around the room. Outside, the wind moves quietly through the trees. Inside, the fire crackles softly, and when you're ready, we can begin. There is a village. It sits at the foot of a great range of mountains, in a part of the world where the sky seems wider somehow, and the air carries the faint, sweet smell of wood smoke and fallen leaves, and something older still, something that has no name, but that you recognize deep in your chest, the way you recognize the feeling of coming home after a very long journey. The mountains are called the Catskills, and on certain evenings very much like this one, when the light is low and golden and the shadows are long and soft across the valley floor, those mountains seem to breathe slowly, quietly, the way you are breathing now, in and out, in and out. The village itself is a small, unhurried place, the kind of place where the days move like honey, thick and slow and golden. The houses are low and comfortable, with wide porches and wooden shutters that creak softly in the evening breeze. Smoke rises from chimneys in thin, lazy spirals, curling upward into a sky that is turning very gradually from the pale gold of late afternoon into the deep, soft blue of early evening. The streets, if you can call them streets, are really just wide, well-worn paths of packed earth, smooth and quiet underfoot. The grass along their edges is long and feathery, and it bends in the breeze with a sound like the softest whisper, like someone saying, "Shh," like someone saying, "Rest now." There are dogs sleeping on porches. There are cats curled in windowsills, their eyes half closed, their breathing slow and even. There are old men sitting in chairs outside the inn, not talking, just sitting, watching the light change on the mountains, their hands folded in their laps, their faces peaceful and still. This is the kind of village where nothing much happens, and that is exactly the point. In this village, there lives a man named Rip Van Winkle. Rip is not a remarkable man, in the way that the world usually measures remarkable. He is not wealthy. He is not ambitious. He does not have grand plans or important appointments or anywhere particular to be. What Rip has, more than anything else, is a gift for stillness. He is a tall man, but he carries himself loosely, the way a willow tree carries itself. Not rigid, not stiff, but easy and unhurried, as though the weight of the world has never quite managed to settle on his shoulders the way it settles on other people's. His face is kind, weathered, the way faces get when they spend a great deal of time outdoors, but kind. There are lines around his eyes from years of squinting into the sun, and lines around his mouth from years of smiling at things that other people walked past without noticing. A spider's web, heavy with morning dew. A hawk turning slow circles in a high blue sky. The way the light falls through the leaves of a beech tree in the late afternoon and turns everything gold. Rip notices things like that. He has always noticed things like that. His dog is named Wolf. Wolf is a large, shaggy creature of indeterminate breed, with ears that flop forward and eyes that are deep and brown and full of a quiet, uncomplicated devotion. Wolf goes everywhere with Rip. He trots along at Rip's heel, with his tongue lolling and his tail swinging in a slow, contented arc. And when Rip stops to look at something, a cloud, a bird, the way the river catches the light, Wolf stops too, and sits, and waits, with the infinite patience of a creature who has never once in his life been in a hurry. Together, they are a pair. Together, they move through the world at their own pace, which is to say, a very slow one. On the particular evening our story begins, Rip and Wolf have been out since mid-morning. They walked along the river first, where the water was low and clear, and you could see the smooth round stones on the bottom, each one a slightly different shade of gray and brown and cream, worn perfectly smooth by years and years of water moving over them. The sound of the river was a low, continuous murmur. Not loud, not rushing, just a steady, gentle sound. Like the sound of someone breathing in a deep and dreamless sleep. Rip sat on the bank for a while, his feet dangling, watching a leaf drift downstream. It was a maple leaf, turned the color of old copper, and it moved with the current in a slow, unhurried spiral, turning gently, catching the light, disappearing around a bend in the river and out of sight. He watched it until it was gone. Then he sat a little longer, just listening to the water. Wolf lay beside him, with his chin on his paws, his eyes half closed, his chest rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm. The sun moved across the sky above them, unhurried. The shadows shifted almost imperceptibly on the far bank. A heron stood motionless in the shallows, gray and still as a statue, watching the water with an expression of absolute, untroubled patience. After a while, it might have been an hour, it might have been 2, time moved differently when Rip was near the river. He stood, stretched his arms above his head with a long, slow exhale, and turned toward the mountains. "Come on, Wolf," he said. His voice was quiet. It always was. The kind of voice that doesn't disturb things. Wolf rose to his feet, shook himself once from nose to tail, and fell into step beside him. And together they began to walk toward the Catskills. The path that leads up into the Catskills begins at the edge of the village, where the last of the houses gives way to a wide meadow, and the meadow gives way to a line of trees, and the trees close around you like a door swinging gently shut behind you. And suddenly, the village is gone, and there is only the forest. It is October. The trees are extraordinary. Every shade of gold and amber and rust and deep burning red, layered and overlapping, so that when you look up through the canopy, it is like looking through a stained glass window. The light, filtered and softened and colored, falling in patches on the forest floor, in pools of warm amber and pale gold. The leaves are falling, not all at once, not in a rush or a flurry, but slowly, one at a time, drifting down through the still air with a kind of unhurried grace, as though each leaf has all the time in the world to make its descent. They turn as they fall, catching the light, and they land on the forest floor with the softest sound imaginable, a sound that is barely a sound at all, more like the memory of a sound, a whisper of contact between leaf and earth. Hush, hush, hush. Rip walks slowly. He always walks slowly in the forest. There is no reason to hurry here. The forest does not reward hurrying. The forest rewards the opposite of hurrying. It rewards the slow step, the quiet breath, the willingness to stop and simply be present in a place for a moment without needing anything from it. His boots make a soft, rhythmic sound on the path. Step, step, step. The path is covered in fallen leaves, a thick, soft carpet of them, layered and deep in every shade of autumn. They compress gently underfoot, with a sound like the quietest possible crunch. A sound that is more felt than heard. A sensation that travels up through the soles of his boots and into his feet, and up through his legs, and settles somewhere in the middle of his chest as a feeling of deep, uncomplicated comfort. Wolf trots ahead, his nose low to the ground, reading the invisible story of the forest floor, the passage of a deer, the lingering scent of rain, the complex, layered perfume of leaf mold and earth, and the faint, sweet decay of autumn. The air is cool. Not cold, not yet, but cool in the way that October air is cool, with a crispness to it that makes each breath feel clean and clear and slightly sweet, like drinking cold water on a warm day. You can smell the leaves in it, that particular smell of autumn, which is really the smell of things gently letting go, of the year turning slowly toward its long rest. Rip breathes it in. He breathes it in deeply, filling his lungs, and then lets it out slowly. And with each breath out, he feels something in him loosen, some small tension he hadn't even known he was carrying, releasing like a knot coming undone. The path winds upward through the trees, following the natural contours of the hillside, curving around the roots of old oaks and the mossy shoulders of half-buried boulders. It is not a steep path. It rises gradually, gently, the way a good story rises, without urgency, without drama, just a slow and steady movement toward something. On either side of the path, the forest is deep and quiet. The light is lower now, the afternoon beginning its long, slow lean toward evening. The shadows between the trees are longer and softer, and the patches of sunlight on the forest floor are warmer and more golden. The way light gets in the last hour before sunset, when it seems to thicken and slow, as though even the light itself is growing drowsy. Somewhere above him, a woodpecker is working at a dead tree, a slow, rhythmic tapping, unhurried and steady, like a clock ticking in a quiet room. Tap, tap, tap. A pause. Tap, tap, tap. It is a deeply soothing sound, that steady, patient rhythm, and Rip finds himself walking in time with it without meaning to, his footsteps falling in the spaces between the taps. Step, step, tap, step, step, tap. A stream crosses the path a little further up, running over a bed of smooth stones in a thin, bright ribbon of water. Rip steps across it on the stones, and Wolf splashes straight through the middle, pausing for a moment to lap at the water with a slow, deliberate tongue. The sound of the stream is light and musical, a gentle, continuous trickling, like the sound of someone turning the pages of a book in a quiet room. Rip pauses on the far bank and listens to it for a moment. Just listens. The stream doesn't care whether he listens or not. It will go on making its small, bright sound, whether anyone is there to hear it or not. It has been making this sound for longer than anyone can remember, and it will go on making it long after everyone has gone to sleep. There is something very comforting about that. Higher up the mountain, the mist begins. It comes in slowly, the way mist always does, not arriving so much as simply appearing, as though it has always been there, and you are only now noticing it. It gathers first in the low places, in the hollows between the roots of trees, and in the dips and folds of the hillside, lying there in thin, pale pools, barely visible. Then, gradually, it rises. It rises the way smoke rises from a dying fire, slowly, without urgency, curling upward in soft, unhurried tendrils that drift between the trees and soften the edges of everything they touch. The trunks of the trees disappear into it below the knee, and then below the waist, and the forest floor becomes invisible, and Rip is walking through a world that seems to have no bottom. Only this soft, white, drifting sea of mist, and the dark columns of the trees rising out of it. The mist is cool against his face. It is the softest possible sensation. Barely a sensation at all. More like the idea of coolness. A gentle, barely there dampness that settles on his skin like the finest possible veil. He can feel it on his cheeks and on the backs of his hands and on the tip of his nose. And it smells of cold stone and deep earth and something green and ancient and clean. The world is very quiet now. The mist seems to absorb sound the way a thick blanket absorbs sound, not silencing it exactly, but softening it, rounding its edges, so that even the sound of his own footsteps seems muffled and distant, as though he is hearing them from the other side of a wall. Step, step, step. Wolf has slowed his pace to match Rip's, and he moves through the mist at Rip's side, his shaggy outline softened and blurred, his breath making small clouds in the cool air. The trees here are older, much older. Their trunks are massive, wider than Rip could reach around with both arms, and their bark is deeply furrowed and covered in thick, soft moss of a green so deep it is almost black. Their roots spread across the ground in great, gnarled waves, disappearing into the mist, and their branches overhead are vast and interlocking, forming a canopy so dense that even now, in October, with half the leaves gone, the sky above is only visible in small, irregular patches. Pale gray glimpses of the evening sky, like windows in a very old ceiling. Rip puts his hand on the trunk of one of these old trees as he passes. The bark is rough and cool beneath his palm, and slightly damp from the mist, and he can feel, or imagines he can feel, the deep, slow pulse of the tree's life beneath his hand. The tree has been here for 300 years, perhaps more. It was here before the village. It was here before the first roads were cut through the valley. It was here when this whole mountain was nothing but forest and silence and the slow turning of the seasons. He takes his hand away slowly. He walks on. The path levels out here onto a wide, flat shelf of rock that juts out from the mountainside like a natural terrace. The mist is thicker here, rolling in from the valley below in slow, soft waves. And the view on a clear day would be extraordinary. But today, in the mist, there is no view. There is only the mist itself and the soft, gray, formless world it creates, and the feeling of being very high up and very far from everything, suspended in a quiet that is deeper than ordinary quiet. Rip sits down on the rock. It is cold beneath him, but not unpleasantly so. The cold of stone that has been in shadow all day. A clean, solid cold that grounds him, that makes him feel the weight of his own body in a way that is oddly comforting. Wolf lies down beside him, pressing his warm, solid flank against Rip's leg. Rip puts his hand on Wolf's back and feels the slow rise and fall of his breathing. In, out. In, out. He looks out into the mist. There is nothing to see, and yet he looks, because there is something deeply restful about looking at nothing, about letting your eyes rest on a surface that asks nothing of them, that offers no information to process, no details to catalog. Just this soft, pale, featureless expanse of gray and white, and the faintest, most distant suggestion of darker shapes moving within it. His eyelids are heavy. He notices this without alarm. His eyelids are heavy, and his shoulders are heavy, and his hands are heavy in his lap. And the stone beneath him is solid and real and cold. And Wolf's breathing is slow and steady against his leg. And the mist moves around him in its slow, unhurried way. And the world is very, very quiet. He closes his eyes for a moment, just for a moment. He does not sleep. Not yet. He opens his eyes again after a while, and the mist is still there, and the light has shifted slightly, grown a little dimmer, a little softer, the way light shifts in the last hour before dark. And then he hears something. It is not a startling sound. It is not a loud sound. It is, in fact, barely a sound at all. More like a vibration in the air, a low, rhythmic rumbling that seems to come from somewhere deep inside the mountain itself, as though the mountain is breathing, or dreaming, or turning over in its sleep. Wolf lifts his head. His ears prick forward, but he does not growl. He does not bark. He simply listens with that expression of calm, attentive curiosity that dogs have when they hear something interesting. And then he lowers his head again and closes his eyes. Rip listens too. The sound grows very gradually, more distinct. It is not the mountain breathing. It is, he thinks, the sound of something rolling, something heavy, rolling slowly across stone. And beneath that, or perhaps woven through it, the sound of voices, low, murmuring voices, speaking in a language he cannot quite make out, or perhaps not speaking at all, perhaps only humming, a low, wordless, rhythmic sound that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He stands. He is not afraid. He is curious in the mild, unhurried way that he is curious about most things. The way he was curious about the leaf on the river. The way he is curious about the heron in the shallows. He wants to see what is making that sound, the way you want to see what is around the next bend in a path, not urgently, not desperately, but with a gentle, open interest. He follows the sound. The path leads him deeper into the mountain, through a narrow cleft in the rock that he has never noticed before. Or perhaps it was always there, and he simply never had reason to go this way. The rock walls on either side are close enough to touch, and they are cool and slightly damp, and covered in a thin film of moss that is extraordinarily soft beneath his fingertips, like the finest velvet. The cleft opens out into a wide, bowl-shaped hollow in the mountain, a natural amphitheater of rock, its walls rising steeply on three sides, its floor flat and smooth, and carpeted in a thick, deep moss that is the most extraordinary shade of green, a green that seems almost to glow in the dim, misty light. And in this hollow, there are people, or figures at least. Figures that look like people, but older somehow than any people Rip has ever seen. They are short and broad and dressed in old-fashioned clothes. Clothes from another century, perhaps, or from no century at all. And their faces, when he can see them in the dim light, are weathered and still and deeply, profoundly calm. the way the faces of very old mountains are calm. There are perhaps a dozen of them. They are playing a game. It is a slow game, played in near silence, with heavy wooden balls that they roll across the smooth stone floor of the hollow with a low, rumbling sound. That sound he heard, the sound of the mountain breathing. Each ball rolls slowly, heavily, with a deep, resonant rumble that seems to travel through the stone and up through the soles of his feet and into his bones. And it is the most deeply soothing sound he has ever heard. That slow, heavy rolling, that low, continuous rumble. 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 The figures do not speak to each other. They do not cheer or groan or react to the game in any way that Rip can see. They simply play, slowly and methodically, each one taking their turn with the same unhurried deliberateness, rolling their ball, watching it travel across the stone, and then stepping back and waiting with infinite patience for the next turn. They do not seem to notice Rip, or if they do not mind. One of the figures, the tallest of them, with a long gray beard that reaches nearly to his waist and eyes that are the color of deep water, turns and looks at Rip. He does not speak. He simply looks with those deep, still eyes, and then he gestures. A slow, unhurried gesture. The kind of gesture that means, come, sit, stay a while. And he holds out a small wooden cup. Rip takes it. He is not sure why. He is not a man who usually accepts drinks from strangers in mountain hollows. But there is something about this place, about the mist and the moss and the slow, rhythmic rumbling of the game and the deep, still eyes of the old man, that makes the usual rules of caution seem very far away and not particularly relevant. The cup is warm in his hands. The liquid inside is the color of amber, and it smells of autumn, of apples and wood smoke, and something deeper, something that has no name, something that smells the way the forest floor smells after rain, rich and dark and ancient. He drinks. It is the most extraordinary sensation. It begins in his hands. A warmth, not the warmth of the cup, but a warmth from within, spreading slowly from his palms up through his wrists and into his forearms, moving with the unhurried deliberateness of warm water spreading through cold. It is not an unpleasant warmth. It is, in fact, the most pleasant warmth he has ever felt. The warmth of a fire on a cold evening, of a thick blanket on a winter night, of sunlight on your face after a long time in the shade. It spreads up his arms and into his shoulders. His shoulders, which have been carrying a slight tension all day, the kind of tension you don't notice until it begins to leave, soften. They drop, almost imperceptibly, a fraction of an inch. And with that dropping comes a release that travels down his spine like a long, slow exhale. He breathes out. He breathes out slowly, and the warmth spreads into his chest, and his chest opens, and his breathing deepens, and each breath in brings more of that cool, mist-scented air, and each breath out carries something away, some small weight, some small worry, some small tightness that he has been carrying without knowing it. In, out. In, out. The warmth reaches his legs, which have been walking all day, up the river path and through the forest and up the mountain, feel suddenly profoundly heavy. Not painfully heavy, pleasantly heavy. The heaviness of muscles that have done their work and are now gratefully releasing. The heaviness of a body that is ready, deeply and completely ready to be still. He sits down. He doesn't decide to sit down. His body simply decides for him, the way a body does when it has reached the end of its day, when it has done everything it needs to do, and now it only wants one thing. And that one thing is to be horizontal and warm and still. He sits on the moss. The moss receives him. It is the softest thing he has ever sat on. Softer than grass, softer than a feather bed, softer than anything he has a word for. It is thick and deep and slightly springy, and it gives beneath him with a gentle, yielding pressure. And it is cool on the surface and warm just beneath. And it smells of earth and rain and the deep, green, living smell of things that have been growing in quiet places for a very long time. Wolf comes and lies down beside him. Wolf puts his head in Rip's lap. Rip puts his hand on Wolf's head, and Wolf's fur is warm and soft beneath his palm. And Wolf's breathing is slow and steady, and the sound of the wooden balls rolling across the stone is slow and steady. And the mist moves around them in its slow, unhurried way. And the light is very low now, very soft. The last of the day's light filtering down through the mist in a pale, diffuse glow that seems to come from everywhere at once. His eyelids are very heavy now. He notices this the way you notice things when you are very nearly asleep, with a kind of distant, dreamy awareness, as though the noticing is happening to someone else, someone very nearby, someone who is you, but also somehow separate from you, watching from a comfortable distance. His eyelids are heavy. He lets them close, just for a moment, just to rest them. The sounds of the hollow come to him now through the soft darkness behind his closed eyes. And they are the most soothing sounds in the world. The slow, deep rumble of the wooden balls on stone. Rumble. Rumble. The soft, rhythmic sound of Wolf's breathing. In, out. In, out. The distant, barely there sound of the mist moving through the trees. A sound like the softest possible sigh, like the forest breathing, like the mountain breathing, like the whole slow, ancient world breathing in its sleep. And beneath all of it, so low it is more felt than heard, that deep, resonant hum. The hum of the mountain itself, the hum of old stone and deep earth, and the slow, patient turning of the world. He is not thinking about anything. This is unusual for Rip. He is usually thinking about something. Not important things, not urgent things, but small things. The small things that drift through a mind like leaves on a river. The shape of a cloud. The sound a particular bird makes. The way the light was on the water this morning. But now, there is nothing. His mind is quiet. His mind is the way the surface of a very still pond is quiet. Not empty exactly, but smooth, undisturbed, reflecting nothing but the pale sky above it. He is not asleep. He is not awake. He is in that place between the two, that soft, borderless country that has no name, where the body is heavy and still, and the mind is light and drifting, where thoughts, if they come at all, come slowly and without urgency, and dissolve before they can fully form, like snowflakes landing on warm water. Sometime later, he cannot say how much later, time has become a very loose and approximate thing. He becomes aware that he has moved or been moved. He is no longer in the hollow. He is lying on his back in the forest, on a bed of deep, soft moss, beneath a canopy of trees so vast and interlocking that the sky above is only visible in small, scattered fragments. Pale silver glimpses of the evening sky, like stars seen through deep water. He does not know how he came to be here. He does not particularly want to know. He is lying on his back, and the moss beneath him is deep and soft and cool, and his body is heavy and warm, and the air on his face is cool and clean, and smells of leaves and earth, and the faint, sweet dampness of the mist. Wolf is beside him. He can feel Wolf's warmth against his side, the slow, steady rise and fall of Wolf's breathing, the solid, comforting weight of him. Above him, the trees move very slowly. The branches sway in a breeze so gentle, it is barely a breeze at all. More like the memory of a breeze, the idea of movement, the faintest possible stirring of the air. And as they sway, the leaves, those that remain, the last of October's leaves, gold and amber and deep burning red, move against each other with a sound that is the most beautiful sound in the world. A whispering, a soft, continuous, layered whispering, as though the trees are talking to each other in a language made entirely of breath. A language with no words, only tone and rhythm, and the gentle overlapping susurrus of leaf against leaf against leaf, whispering, whispering, whispering. He listens to it. He listens to it the way you listen to rain on a roof when you are warm inside. Not actively, not with effort, but passively, receptively, letting the sound come to you, letting it fill the space behind your closed eyes, letting it become the whole world. A leaf falls. He hears it, or feels it, as it drifts down through the still air and lands on his chest with the softest possible weight. The weight of almost nothing. The weight of a breath, then another, and another. They fall slowly, one at a time, drifting down through the canopy in long, lazy spirals, turning in the last of the light. And each one that lands on him adds its tiny, negligible weight to the warmth that is already spreading through him. And the accumulation of all those tiny weights is like the accumulation of all those tiny sounds. Individually, nothing. Together, everything. Together, a blanket, a warmth, a heaviness that is the most welcome heaviness he has ever felt. His breathing has slowed. He can feel it, the long, slow intervals between each breath, the deep, full expansion of his chest on the inhale, the complete, unhurried release on the exhale. His body is breathing for him now. He is not doing anything. He is not trying. He is simply here, and his body knows what to do. And what it is doing is breathing, slowly and deeply, in the rhythm of the forest, in the rhythm of the mist, in the rhythm of the old, slow mountain. In, out. In, out. The light is almost gone now. The sky above the canopy has deepened from pale silver to a soft, deep blue. The blue of the last few minutes of twilight. The blue that comes just before the first stars appear. The blue that is the color of the world holding its breath before the night begins. The trees are dark shapes against that blue. Their branches are intricate and still, like the finest possible lacework against the sky. And the last few leaves that cling to them are dark too, dark and still, barely moving now, the breeze having died to nothing, the air completely still. Everything is still. The forest is still. The mountain is still. The world is still. Rip Van Winkle lies on his bed of moss beneath the whispering trees, and he is the stillest thing in a still world. His eyes are closed. His hands are open at his sides, palms upward, fingers slightly curled, the way hands fall when a body is completely, utterly at rest. His face is smooth. All the small tensions that a face carries through a day, the slight furrow between the brows, the faint tightness around the eyes, the almost imperceptible set of the jaw, all of it has released, dissolved, smoothed away, until his face is as smooth and still as the surface of a pond on a windless night. He is breathing slowly, deeply. Each breath in is cool and clean and carries the smell of the forest, leaves and earth and moss, and the faint, sweet dampness of the mist. Each breath out is warm and slow and carries nothing away with it, nothing at all, because there is nothing left to carry away. He has let everything go. There is a moment, you may know this moment, just before sleep takes you completely, when you become aware that you are falling. Not falling in a frightening way, not the sudden startling drop that sometimes jolts you awake, but a slow, gentle, irresistible falling. A sinking, really. A sinking down through layers of warmth and softness and quiet. Each layer deeper and more still than the last. Each layer further from the surface of the waking world. Rip is in that moment now. He is sinking. He is sinking down through the moss, through the earth, through the deep, slow warmth of the mountain. And the mountain is receiving him the way the moss received him, gently, yielding, with a soft and patient welcome. The sounds of the forest are very far away now. The whispering the leaves is very far away. Wolves breathing is very far away. Everything is very far away and growing further. And the distance is not frightening, but comforting. The way distance is comforting when you are warm and safe, and there is nowhere you need to be. He is going somewhere. He doesn't know where. He doesn't need to know. The darkness behind his closed eyes is not empty. It is full of a warmth and a softness and a depth that ordinary darkness doesn't have. It is the darkness of deep water, of deep earth, of deep sleep. A darkness that is not the absence of light, but the presence of something else, something older and quieter and more restful than light. He sinks into it. He sinks the way a stone sinks into still water, slowly, without resistance, following the natural pull of gravity, of rest, of the deep and irresistible desire to be still. Down, down, down. The last thing he is aware of the very last thing before the darkness becomes complete and the sleep becomes total, is the sound of the trees, that soft, continuous whispering, that layered, gentle, endlessly patient sound of leaf against leaf against leaf, of the forest breathing, of the mountain breathing, of the whole slow world breathing in its ancient, unhurried sleep, whispering, whispering, whispering. And then even that is gone, and there is only the sleep. He sleeps. He sleeps the way the mountain sleeps, deeply, completely, without interruption, without dreams, without the small stirrings and surfacings that ordinary sleep is made of. He sleeps the way old stones sleep, the way deep rivers sleep in winter beneath their covering of ice, the way seeds sleep in the cold earth through the long months of winter, waiting without impatience for the warmth that will come. The seasons turn above him. Winter comes to the Catskills, and the snow falls softly through the bare branches of the trees and settles on the forest floor in a thick, white silence. And Rip sleeps beneath it, warm in his bed of moss, undisturbed. The snow melts in spring, and the water runs in thin, bright streams down the hillside. And the first green things push up through the leaf mold, and the birds return, and the forest fills with the sound of new leaves unfurling. And Rip sleeps through all of it, deeply and completely, his breathing slow and steady, his face smooth and still. Summer comes, and the forest is dense and green and full of the sound of insects and the distant calling of birds. And the light through the canopy is green and gold and dappled, and Rip sleeps. Autumn comes again, and the leaves turn, and the mist rolls in from the valley, and the air smells of wood smoke and fallen leaves, and Rip sleeps, and again, and again, and again. 20 years pass, 20 years of seasons turning above him, 20 years of snow and rain and sun and mist, 20 years of leaves falling and leaves returning, 20 years of the mountain breathing its slow, patient breath. And through all of it, Rip Van Winkle sleeps. He sleeps the deepest sleep that any man has ever slept. He sleeps without worry, without hurry, without the small anxieties and obligations and unfinished thoughts that crowd the edges of ordinary sleep. He sleeps the way you are sleeping now, or the way you are about to sleep, deeply, completely, without resistance, without effort, simply surrendering to the warmth and the darkness and the soft, continuous whispering of the trees. Whispering, whispering, whispering. A final word, very softly. You don't need to follow what happens next. You don't need to know about the morning when Rip finally opens his eyes, blinking in the pale light of a new day, finding the world changed and the village changed, and 20 years gone like a long, sweet dream. That story can wait. That story will keep. For now, there is only this: the moss beneath you, cool, clean air on your face, the soft, continuous sound of the trees, whispering, whispering, whispering. You're breathing, slow and deep, in, out, in, out. The warmth spreading through your hands, your arms, your shoulders, your chest, your legs. The heaviness, the beautiful, welcome heaviness. The darkness behind your closed eyes, deep and warm and full of rest. You are sinking slowly, gently, without resistance, down through the layers of warmth and quiet, each one deeper and more still than the last. Down, down, down. The forest is breathing around you. The mountain is breathing beneath you. The whole slow, ancient, patient world is breathing with you. In, out. In, out. There is nowhere to be, nothing to do, nothing to think about, nothing to carry. Only this. Only the soft, dark, warm, still, quiet, deep, uninterrupted sleep. Sleep well. Return to this story whenever you need it. It will always be here, quiet and unhurried.